Okay, I should be back now, I think. I don't know what the hell just happened, but I basically deleted that meme, thing that, the thing that basically popped up on screen. And that just, for some reason, when I tried deleting the last part of it, like the folder that it was in, that just fucking killed OBS there. I don't know what the hell happened, but OBS just straight up crashed. They just didn't respond. Well, it says now. I feel like it's still making some noise, but it's not. It's not really the same kind of noise. It's just that I don't know if that's from like the mount itself. It might have been the mount. I don't know if this is actually the thing that fucking fixed it, but I don't hear the audio problem anymore, at least. So yeah, I don't know exactly what caused my audio to basically be absolutely fucked, but I think I fixed it, and it seems to have been just fucking like that audio source that I had in OBS that just decided, hey, yeah, how about we just like absolutely fuck your game's audio up? Like, what? I am so confused as to why that would fuck it up. Oh well.
Well met, Shauna. Alphanod said you would be joining us. Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the Masks camp. Did you perchance find one in Zahareke? Actually.
I don't believe it. The crystals, Minphilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is.
I sympathize, Ada. Even now, I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, but also, affirming. Alphanod, I believe it is past time Ada and I rejoin the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives. And I hope that we might, in turn, offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence.
Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures.
We should be glad to recount them. And Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Ada? Ada. Ralgr be praised, it is you. Ada, alive and standing here before me, in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes.
ER.
Oh, come now, has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundobald. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older.
Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but, you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still the Circle of Knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time and, as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me.
Pray forgive her. It has been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones.
Okay.
Hells take me for giving you that mask.
Okay, so it's probably one that gave her that mask. I still feel like I'm slightly noticing some weird audio things. The thing is just that if it's still happening, I have no clue what is causing them.
Welcome home, Shauna. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Wishtala and Kryl, and briefed them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future.
Something voice cutscene.
Back in the Solar! It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbraider.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
New adventure, what else? The road goes ever on to strive for those we have lost, those we can yet save. A new adventure, what else?
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
But Isola, aren't you blind? You can only see either, if I'm not mistaken. I've earned some cash in between, or during the cutscene.
Look at them, Shauna. The scions of the 7th Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met. The moments we've shared. The losses we've suffered. The tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together.
Here we get Wind Up Moonbreeder. Or, I don't exactly remember the exact wording for it, but I believe a certain YouTuber, I'm forgetting their name right now, but they basically have a series of like, essentially the story, but where it's like seen through the eyes of a very small and angry Lalafell. This is Thigh Mummy. Cutscene. Ooh, cutscene. I'm assuming voiced.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well.
there is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Yes. Talking to the real one, I'm guessing. No, don't continue.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led.
And of course they're in the... They work with the ancients.
I have given them everything they desired. All for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted, then. Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting. And a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you.
What the fuck is that? What? Oh, that's Nidhogg's eyes. That's Nidhogg's eyes. That's not good.
The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds, you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for will or for woe.
Is that? I don't know. What? Sort of like a lagging. Okay.
So it was here all along.
It's him. Getting his name, but Guardian guy.
Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun.
Hero, that's what his name was. Oh, this is not looking good. Yeah, some sort of like a lagging tool. We got an achievement. See, one that gives the title. Oh, I didn't actually realize I'd gotten this one as well. Surrender of Souls. Okay. Location. Okay, that was a B2 that just posted a notification thing. Okay, let me just quickly check here. Okay, we're now in patch 3.5 and the fourth quest of this one should have a dungeon that we unlock. And that's apparently the only one that we unlock. So we have 9 quests left.
Ah, Shauna, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise.
Okay, so that's up there. I definitely heard a this sound is still there. Why am I still getting a fucking scratching sound? What the fuck is happening? It's pretty clear that it isn't my... that it wasn't the Discord thing, so I know that I can set that up again at least. Why is my audio fucked? Okay. The only way that I could potentially fix this, if... like, the only way that I could potentially check if it's, like, Final Fantasy that's fucked, would be to basically close it down and open it up again. The problem is just that then I might have to sit in the queue for, like, who knows how long. Because it's now like 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday. There's probably a fucking long queue. potentially. I have no idea if there actually is, but I know that I'm so fucking tired of this audio problem. It's like, and the weird thing is, it only happens when I stream. It didn't, at least I didn't notice it, the entirety of yesterday. It might have been because I had lowered the audio in the game, but I don't know what the fuck is causing this, and it is infuriating. Why is this happening? Okay, let's try maybe this thing that someone posted. God, just quickly want to check if this actually fixes it. Seems to fix it. Just flying around a bit because that seems to cause this problem. I'm not noticing any weird audio scratching. Okay, all I did was literally go into the, like, what is it called again? The audio settings in Windows, Advanced, and then specifically for Final Fantasy just selected the, like, correct, like, the output that is basically set as, like, default output, but I basically set it so that instead of just being like, oh, it's default, it's now like specifically this output, and that seems to have maybe fixed it. I basically found a, like, someone who just like posted something in like on Reddit, but apparently some people also say that apparently 8. I'm still noticing some pops. It's still not fixed. Give me a sec. Still, I can't really see if it like hears in like over in OBS, like in channel where it should be playing through. It's appearing, but I honestly don't know. Apparently there is also something where you can like switch over to like the DX9 or something, but it's apparently only something you can do in the launcher, so it's not exactly something I can do right now without potentially having to deal with sitting through loading screens or the queue. I can still hear it, that it's doing that thing. I just don't know what the fuck is happening. I honestly just don't know what the fuck I can do in order to fix it even more. I don't know what the fuck I can do in order to like try and fix this. I'm gonna have to basically try and do it possibly some other day, but I think it's just I haven't noticed it in Yakuza. So I'm assuming it's something with Final Fantasy. That's the only thing I can seem to assume. But the weird thing is I've only noticed it during streams. So that's the thing that confuses me. Anyway, let's wait for Tadaru.
I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments.
Let me guess, we're getting some clothes or armor?
Right, everyone. Ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. Hee 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 hee.
What?
There. All finished. The warrior of light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Shauna. All in good time. Ha. Found you. Alphanod wants everyone in the solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
Okay. This was acted 1.
We're here! Did we miss anything?
Is...
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elisée. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
But...
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her!
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Okay.
Now, we staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric, and encourage him to send an envoy.
Yeah, it's kind of expecting us to be sent to Gridania, one of the other places.
I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louisoix himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Who is speak exactly there? I don't really recognize that voice. Well, let's call this Ishgard rather. Still confused as to what is causing like the audio problem. Like I don't know if it's like, it seems like some people have apparently a problem with the DX11. The thing is just I have no idea if I'm running like using DX11 or 12 also. Why can I not yeah, I can drag with it. And loaded everything in, and it is loading like so fucking slow there. Holy shit. about this. Okay. It's just going to open up task manager, and it seems like, I don't know why, but every single time I open it up, it seems to be like, oh yeah, CPU and such is like at like, or some of the things are at like 100%. Then as soon as I open, like as soon as it goes like a second or so, it just starts going from like 100% for like the CPU down to like 50-ish. Jesus Christ, it's taking a while to load these things right now.
Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Imeric.
It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alomigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend a council in Grid Aniak. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make, not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations, and inform Sir Handlu that he is to lead in your absence.
Yes, Lord Commander.
Shauna, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Grid Aniak. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way.
If you have no other business in the city, join me at the gates of judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives.
Okay. So while we're moving, we might as well just use this. This way. So who's the envoy gonna be?
We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy.
Okay, nice.
Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border.
Okay. So head over to Dragonhead. Yep.
The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Shauna? You may see a familiar face.
Okay. Oh.
Shauna, old girl. How wonderful to see you. And Sir Imeric, too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once. If you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoroyd, we shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will.
Yes, Lord Commander.
Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to a Garl, I mean, to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm.
A bit.
You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he Saturday.
Got his painting up there. Nice.
Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt. And with a little help from the veterans, and Honoroyd's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Gridania with you.
Okay. And off to Gridania. Okay.
Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when first I laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we?
Over to Naviga's altar. Let's actually just teleport over there.
The envoy from Ishgard is arrived? Very good. This way, if you PL, and the Laminsan party, as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Imeric.
Admiral, always a pleasure.
And Shauna, I trust you are well? 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort? Lady Shauna, I was glad to hear from Ryal that the missing scions have now been found. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand. Shall we?
Assuming this is a voice cutscene. Makes sense. I think that it would be.
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force, and the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Cutscene.
That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good, you have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Imeric. Master Alphinaud, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Elisai, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Shauna for serving as our escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally.
Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows.
No apologies are necessary, Mistress Ujiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seed Seer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture.
I only did my duty, Sir Imeric. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side.
And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard.
Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything?
I mean, they kind of do. Now that I actually think about it.
That is how we adults speak, dear sister.
Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Ujiri?
Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papalimo and Ida fared in their talks with the SYLPHS, not to mention what has been going on at Balsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon.
Okay. So now we're gonna install. Right over there, don't even need to mount up.
Welcome back, Shauna. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change. And if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible.
We have one of those. Yep, in my saddlebag. Might as well just grab that, I guess. Put it in there. Ooh. Griffin on the wall. Another brick. And that's also the one that has the dungeon unlocked. Nice.
Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long.
Assume a voice cutscene. Nope.
Ah, you are returned from the council. But what of Alphinaud? Did some other matter require his attention?
Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long.
Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? She will be all right, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tateru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision? Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance.
Ada, you cannot seriously, one does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there were some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo.
Which may equally serve as a way in.
Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me.
About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal.
As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity.
4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you levelers?
I will return to the East Shroud, and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Shauna? Gridania will be safer for your presence. And, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on?
To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you.
Okay, off to Gridania then.
If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorn Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Baelsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top.
Yeah, I'm just curious, where is Baelsar's wall exactly? I don't really know where it is in relation to this. That's my last Aetheryte ticket. I think I got those from the, what's that called again? Recruit a friend. Because I basically just used a code when I activated my subscription the first time. I'm just gonna also quickly pull up the Baelsar's Wall dungeon, so I have that ready to basically read the tactics for it when we're in the queue, because might as well.
Yeah. Shauna, there you are. Come, amorous Sykes' spire awaits.
Yeah, the dungeon is basically Baelsar's Wall, it's what's called. Yep.
The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed. I was about to say, 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory.
Don't worry, Alphanod, we'll have the Griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it.
Do make up your mind, Ada. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So, which is it to be? 'Twould be best to decide before we enter into negotiations.
Trust me, Papalimo, I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you.
I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Ah, some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our alliance friends will doubtless have news for us.
Let's head to the spire, and I'm gonna take a small break because I can feel that I need to use the bathroom. I don't want to accidentally end up in a cutscene that I can't, maybe can't skip or something. So yeah, this is gonna be where we take a quick break. Let me just quickly switch over to this one. And let's see, I don't know, 10 minutes? 10, 15 minutes, something like that. Let's see, it's currently 14:45. Let's go with 14:10, I guess. It's around 15 minutes. It's gonna be around 10-15 minutes-ish. So yeah, I'll be back in a bit. See ya. Okay, I'm back. We might as well just continue now. So let's talk to this guy. We have a cutscene.
Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers? You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well.
Pippin.
I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see, and the sight of you might help remind em why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side.
'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet.
Not quite. Oh, it's over there.
Report. What? 7 hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has.
And what's that supposed to mean?
The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors.
Impossible. We gave no such order.
Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target, it was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Shauna, we must make for the wall at once. What, just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety?
Ha. I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm.
Like that Hilda's just like, who's this Lady Hilda? She doesn't see herself as a someone that should have the title of lady.
Forward, comrades. The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo, and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost.
Get to know who the Griffin actually is. Yeah, I don't remember if what actually happened to him, but maybe the Griffin is the white-haired guy from the oh, what is that called again? From the Crystal Graves. I just don't remember if we actually killed him or not. Like the guy that Ravan had basically been an ally and friend with before. Could potentially be him, because I believe he was from Alamigo. I could be completely wrong there.
From what Papalimo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightways for the tunnels, and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way. But the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason, by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. And if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time.
And let me guess, because that's wall unlocked. Yep. Okay. So, queue up. And let's quickly look at the strats. Or at least the moves that I need to look out for. See, first boss, Magitech Claw, attack on tank, okay. Magitech Array, linear high damage attack, just avoid that, I guess. Magitech Missile, target high damage explosion on targeted or unmarked player, or people. So just run away from others when you have a mark. Okay, next boss, Launcher, group-wide AoE. Dynamic Sensory Jammer. Damages oneself for any action taken while the debuff is active, including movement. Magitech Bit. Summon bits around a room. Create a checkerboard AoE before disappearing. I don't really know what that means entirely. And then Distress Beacon summons many low HP adds. Tank damage is significant due to quantity of adds. Main thing it just says is don't move when dynamic sensory jammer is basically active. The last one, there's a room-wide attack. It's an attack called Flash Powder. This is for the last one. Turn away from the boss, stuns and reduces accuracy otherwise. There is an attack where leaves to one side of the room and cleaves the room in front of him. High damage, okay. There's something called Sanguine Blade. Lion Head. Multiple swords rain down around the arena. Damaging to nearby players. After finishing the cast, the boss does a room-wide AoE, and the swords become targetable. Those will channel corruption. Unkilled swords eventually explode. The massive sword in the middle does a high damage room-wide explosion. Then there's an attack where the boss marks a player and pushes it back after it's cast. Restraint Collar places the target or places the party's healer in restraints, rendering all action. Kill restraints to release the healer. Okay. And then there's a high damage attack to the tank. Let's see. It says here, when the boss casts Lionhead, kill the sword in the middle and stand in the now vacant space. Be ready to chase boss to avoid cleave from Sanguine Blade. Turn around during flash powder and be ready to break party members out of restraints. Alright, it's pretty simple stuff actually. The most confusing one is probably just the second boss with the whole like you get this debuff, don't move. That's the only one that seems like potentially confusing. We are pretty close as well actually to being done. Once we're done with this quest, we just have 5 more. There's basically just this one and then an additional one in 3.5, and then in or 3.56 we just have 4 quests that we need to do. Oh, and now I'm getting a phone call. I'm just gonna quickly withdraw from this and go here. I'll just be gone for a second, or for maybe a few minutes, because I need to figure out what my mom is calling about. So see you guys in just a sec, or in a little bit. Sorry about that. Just kind of need to figure out what it was my mom wanted me for. Just to know, like, was it something urgent or something? But it wasn't. Fortunately, now we need to sit in a queue again. It's kind of the only problem right now. Let's see. Got around, what is that, 2.5 hours left? Hopefully the queue doesn't take too long. Can I turn off those notifications? Nope, it's really not. It's just that one of my chat logs seems to basically continuously display basically the text-to-speech thing. I basically get a small dialogue thing down here, basically all these gray things that might be able to spot in the chat here. That is all just like messages where it says, oh, text-to-speech enabled or disabled or so on. It gets a little bit annoying because I keep getting like every single time I turn it on or off, it basically gives me like a small, like that message over in the so-called battle text box. Okay, Balesar's Wall. Ninja, Paladin, Astrologian, and Bard. Guess we're just waiting for a Diplo. Oh. I think that's disconnect, essentially. They straight up disconnected there. Guess we might wait a little bit to see if they come back. Might as well just join our healer in the good old Mandible. You've run this map so many times you won't even believe. Oh god, there's 4 levels to this place, Jesus. I should have just been ended up in the queue for this place a lot of times then. I'm wondering if our tank is gonna like appear again or what, because he kind of did disconnected. If he doesn't return, farming the pre-end walker token thing. Wait, was this one of those places? I know that Balesar's Wall was one of these places that you did. This place is the fastest one without the blue mage fight. Okay. Yeah, this is Balesar's Wall that I'm in. That is the one. Okay. Apparently, Archibald is basically saying that, like, asking if he's gonna be in the 3,000 to 4,000 queue, or if his base will be saved. And I honestly have no idea. He might, but we basically suggested that we maybe wait like a few minutes to see if he comes back. Otherwise we'll just look for a new tank, because it's gonna take too long otherwise. Fortunately, you don't have a tank. Depends on the DC. Yeah. We're just doing the identical things towards each other. Oh, and we lost a TPS that didn't want to wait anymore, it seems. Oh, we got a new one. Apparently if you reconnect within, it means you keep your place. So maybe we can get lucky with this, although it has already been 6 minutes. Wait, there's a fucking title called World Class Troller. Oh my god. How is that we open up that again? Is it party members? There it is. Okay. I've convinced the party votes basically kick the tank. Truly can also be a slang for a thing with wheels, where you can carry smaller things. Ah, one of those. Oh. And we got a tank. Nice. Okay, where is that? Oh, there it is. Now I can see what's going on. Honestly, pretty fast that we got a new tank. Let's take this one down. And you know what? Just make it so that I don't accidentally target someone else. Turn off player names. So I was already doing that. Ancient key. Turn off player names. Can you still target party members with F? I mean, I can't. Or I can't with F because I guess I can still target them with the F keys. I do also have some other way that I can apparently target them. I'm guessing run away with that. Yep. So let's make sure that I look out for that marker. So far it's decently well, I would say. Actually, no wait, no, it probably isn't that powerful to be honest. So I guess we just go around to different locations. Yeah, sure, likes to trust us with our death. I guess they're just following the, you know, just basically just let as long as the party member isn't dead, they are still doing their job or something. As long as we don't die, that's good enough at least. I try not to worry too much about like what my HP is at. Pretty would have killed me there. Okay. I don't even really notice my health is at. Do we need to do from down from 70 to 80 to 10%. Like, was it during the boss or during this section? So if it was during the boss, then I'm pretty sure that the boss is supposed to, like, when it does the missile attack, that's supposed to like deal a lot of damage just straight up. Finally done with this segment. Yep. And immediately to the boss. This was the one that had the whole thing with not moving during certain situations. Or just in general not doing any actions. Look out for that. Do anything. Okay, so apparently there should be, I'm mistaken, a ton of. Nope, that's not the part. Yes. Oh, this was the part where there was, I think, supposed to be a lot of ads, or maybe that's a different part. Shit. Okay. Yeah, but The ability basically left you at 70 to 80% during that heavy attack. Before the attack went down. Okay. Didn't even notice that. It's now that that's large amount of ads basically up here. Nice. Didn't die, so yeah. I when I play DPS, I don't really notice what my health is at most of the time. Unless like it has the like health bar above my head, I might notice it. But most of the time, I don't really notice what's going on really down here. At least not this bar. Feels a bit risky when that can actually kill you. Yeah. Oh, one of the our summoner died. Chest. Let's pop that open. Oh boy. You got enemies. I'm slowly getting aggro, and I have aggro from one of the enemies. Your AoE heals, or needs support AoE heals. See the tank didn't dare do it hard mode. I'm guessing hard mode is just pulling way more enemies. That is the last boss. Seems to be the I'm forgetting what his name is now. So you have like 5 AoE heals now. It fucking is him. I had a feeling it was him. I don't remember his name, but I had a feeling it was him. Griffin, that was his title, but I don't remember what his actual name is now.
How'd you like this?
Flash powder to away. Position. The sink blade.
tear you limb from limb.
Griffin, I don't remember what that does.
Sloppy.
That's right. 3 damage to tank.
For Alamigo!
And we got swords all over the place.
You now.
And we want to focus on the big one.
How'd you like this? Yeah!
That's
sloppy. Yeah.
straight collar. Off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Use limit break. I didn't want to try and do it during a section where we might have to move fast.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah.
There we go. Albert, that's his name. I knew it was something with L, but I just couldn't remember the exact name of him. Nice. And I'm gonna give it to the healer. And try to break that. And let me guess, cutscene. Which cutscene I'm guessing?
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
So you gotta pull out the eyes. Oh.
We did it! We showed the bastards! Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Wait, who's this again? Wait. Oh wait, those some of the Crystal Braves, I believe. Yeah, Laurentius, now I remember him.
Vanguards! Attack!
Is that little bastard? What?
7 hells. Do you hear that?
War machines! How did they get here so quickly? Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Made a bad choice, I think, in coming here.
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big, too powerful. Mighty Rolger, grant us the strength to
Oh no.
crush. Oh.
Please don't summon a primal with this.
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Pull out the eyes. Yep.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations, which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
Bird more like sick in the head bird. Yep. That's true.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
What? Did he die? I'm guessing that's a yes. So he was saying in the head. Yep. Let me guess, all the bodies, just like with the, like they were doing with the Titan, probably fuels the summoning of the primal. Guessing is Ralgar we were talking about. Yeah, let's provide the ether. Gonna assume that's the case. What the fuck is going on?
Is it?
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
Interesting choice of soul. Yep,
but that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
I believe it's the same one as in the Born trailer thingy.
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tupsimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works! It is time to leave!
Quite right! Quickly now, off you go! The further away, the better!
No! If you're staying, then so am I!
It's also in a lot of
No,
other places.
Ida!
Yep.
There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Ooh, indeed, that's like great color to it. Trust in Papalymo and leave on the airship. Stay at Papalymo's side. I'm curious, what does this actually affect? What happens? Gotta quickly check the quest and see if it actually says anything there. Okay, it's not a whole lot of difference, but there is a little bit more if I try to stay on the side, apparently. So I kind of want to see that part. Blast this.
I think he means now!
Basically just blast us instead of us just going willingly. I just want space to see that part.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida.
I'm not mistaken, the spell basically kills you or something.
Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the one that tries to like seal by essentially summoning like the 12, I think it is. Maybe? Or maybe it's the some other spell. You went for the don't get blasted option. Ah. Okay. Don't continue on your own. Probably may use wild sword Pokeball. Did it capture? We don't know. I guess.
Why?
Ah, white Pokeball. A white sword Pokeball, I guess.
Why didn't they let me stay? Papalimo is my friend. I should have been there with him.
Can't write the word sometimes. We've established this. Yep.
You could see it in his eyes, Ada. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Lusoix wore that same look, right before the end.
Do you think I don't know that? I know, all right. I know.
There is nothing more you could have done. Hilbert caught us all off guard. Even Shauna was powerless to stop him.
You're gonna lurk while you get some food. Alright.
If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalimo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you.
Don't speak to me.
Leave it with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here.
And we get a music scroll. Nice. And there it is. Another break. Ooh, and another one. Just quickly put that on.
Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But then Cred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Wishtala and the others of our imminent return.
as well also turn that back on. That's a really fast quest, just go and talk to LSA. Huh. And this is also the end of 3.5, I believe it is. Yep. Is voice cutscene. Perhaps.
Oh. 'Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother.
Aye. Behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary. Ilbert. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on.
By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive.
Indeed. It was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspect ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions.
Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Kryl, I have need of your assistance. Yes. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light, and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it, then. What, without so much as a by your leave?
Pray forgive Archon Wishtala her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort it doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I, too, must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Elisai, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light.
Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice.
Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it.
Okay. So now we only have 4 quests left. School's out forever. And what do we get from that? Finest pupils, allies. Here's that. And another one. We're just getting music scrolls every single quest, it seems. An obvious solution.
Shauna. I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before a communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridaniat, the council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble.
They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Wishtala's last report, The cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged.
Yes. But the Elder Seed Seer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that CID Garland has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings.
A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better.
Well then, I suggest we leave the rising stones in Tateru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand.
Are we just taken there, or... I guess, actually no, we get a different cutscene.
A word if you would,
good
sir.
sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
You are a big
fellow.
fellow.
'Twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
I think this might be what leads into Stormblood.
God, man, are you alright?
Just a fucking like, they're like, I don't need any food. Boom. Jesus.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Holy shit. Did not expect that. Okay, we still do have to teleport to Gridania, it seems, but Jesus, I did not expect that. Just fucking like, boom, face plant. Not something I exactly expected. God, this game sometimes with some of its like quite sudden jokes. Or silly moments, I guess you can also call them. Conjure skill.
Welcome, Warrior of Light. This way, if you please.
Okay. Voice cutscene, I believe.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Nero.
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
You're gonna use that Alagan technology, I'm guessing.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I.
Solvar's the Red Ranger.
But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
He makes a convincing case or no, but I'll keep an eye on him. Let's go with this.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
The other one,
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place.
Okay, let's write that one. Huh. The fuck is this? Wait, could that perhaps be... So how do we did get our measurements? Could that maybe be a new outfit or something for us?
Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Elysai is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off.
Let's see here. Airship landing. Yeah, that's one of the first time where we've had a reward where it's like just question marks. Like, it doesn't show us what it actually is. And there he is.
Shauna, Alphanod. Ready to go. The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him. Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of that man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphanod. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yujiri are, well, here they are now.
Question mark, question mark, question mark, yep.
Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Cartino? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh. I thought time was against us. How foolish of me.
3 question marks, yep.
Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it.
Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphanod speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordhona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Wishtala and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Shauna, pray accompany Elysai back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Right. Everyone heading to Mordhona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave.
Okay.
You are traveling with Master Garland, miss? The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way.
We're there. But I just sold some approved grade 4 Sky Builders iron ore. Nice.
Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then?
I guess that was about as close as you could probably land it. also get to finish up the quest. Talk to Nero. I guess we find out what we get from that quest. So I'm assuming this is a voiced... Yep, that's definitely a voice cutscene.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
He's here. I'm still curious as to who he is.
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
They're just giving it heart. Probably is the best thing ever.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? You, Giddy? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
I like this guy. I really like this guy. He seems interesting and just a bit silly also.
Shauna, wait. Could I speak to you for a moment?
It's an oversized sandwich.
Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge, and we, ambushed you?
So it is the outfit. Beginning, I'm guessing.
Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now, if you like.
I'm wondering, does this depend on your class? Or is it like just a general outfit? I don't hate it, but I feel like the monocle
Assuming we
thing is a
measured
bit weird.
correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light is... It's, well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile.
I think it's an old classes outfit. I'm assuming it's kind of like one of those like white pieces of outfit that are just like, yeah, anyone can wear it.
I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, you know, bring you home. May it always protect you.
Yep. Scion, Adventurer's Monocle, Jacket, Bottoms, and Boots. I'd say the monocle I don't really like that much, but the rest are okay, I guess. That could be probably be used. Different types of clamps. At least the monocle doesn't really seem to me, at least, to really fit the style that I'm kind of going with right now. Okay, we got 2 quests left. Looks a bit like a school uniform. Yeah, kind of. Okay, we got He Who Continues the Attack, Orchestrion Roll, and Imperial Will. This is the second to last quest of Heaven's Ward.
So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start?
Ada, are you sure that's...
I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphanod, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Weishtala and Kryl?
Hey there, copyright. Look into the stream. How goes Heaven's Ward? Pretty good. We're at the, second to last quest. This one is called, what is it again? Fly Free My Pretty, what it's called. And so far I gotta say I like this guy quite a bit. I'm forgetting what his name was. Did we even actually get his name? I don't remember right now, but I like him a lot at least. Plus we also just got a new outfit.
A fine suggestion.
Although personally, there's parts of the outfit that I don't like and parts that I actually like, but at least you can mix and match with it, so that's at least a nice thing.
The rest of us will form the Cartino expedition party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Shauna, Ada, and our Doman friends take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready.
It's true, at the beginning, it's wanting outfits. Yeah. I mean, the part of the end game of Final Fantasy is, after all, glamour, as far as I understand it. And housing, if you can get a house. So... just spent 500k on a new outfit. Jesus. Okay, now the housing is PvP, yep. I don't know, I seriously don't know what the fuck is happening. I think it's my game, but I don't know if it is or not, but I keep having a fucking scratching noise in the game. It doesn't always happen, but right, like, as soon as I entered Mordona, there, started flying, I could hear it. It's like, very subtle, but it's still noticeable, and it's pissing me off because I can't figure out what is causing it. And I can't, like, there's one thing that I haven't tried yet, and that's apparently trying to change something in the launcher. Where you basically go from like using DX11 to DX9, apparently that might fix it. But I don't want to log out, because then I might end up in a like several thousand people queue. It's kind of like, I need to deal with that fucking sound, but I don't want to deal with it because it's annoying as hell to me. Gosetsu, that was his name. I forgot about that.
We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartino before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard. Given that Aline Roile was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it is not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight.
Yeah, like, I don't know what's causing that audio thing, but I don't know how like audible it is on stream, but it's audible to me, and it's annoying me at least. Just don't know what is causing it, because I did have a Windows update the other day, but I'm pretty sure that was like after the stream that I did Friday, and during that stream I had the problem as well. You haven't heard anything? Okay, so I'm guessing it's not audible on the stream, but it's just I can hear it, and it's like really, it's like annoying. Like it's a very like, it's not extremely audible, but you can I still notice it from time to time, just like a sort of like scratching noise. It's the best I can describe it as, and I don't know exactly what it is. I've tried doing things with the voice made of a banana, which is what I use to basically deal with some things in terms of audio. It's essentially just my mixer in a way. I've done all I can with that. I've done some things in audio settings. The only thing that I haven't tried doing that I found online is basically just changing from DX11 to DX9. But I can only apparently do that in the launcher for Final Fantasy XIV. As I said, I don't want to log out to potentially risk a several hour-long queue. Anyway, let's jump into this. Since not audible, which I guess is good. At least it's not audible on the stream.
Now, where was that?
I assume it's going to be a lot of voiced cutscenes.
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
Is that a guy I should know?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Someone I'll see a lot of, okay. Guessing this is also the introduction of Samurai to Final Fantasy, since it is before Stormblood. Which I believe was the expansion that introduced that.
It's all over now. Leave this to me.
I have you.
It's just keep doing damage.
No holding back. Your defense is lacking.
With soul and steel.
You watching, Pabalimo? No retreat. No surrender.
Just keep on spamming AoEs right now, I guess.
Samurai of Doma.
This one'll sting. An opening.
There we go. So didn't need to kill him fully, just take him down a bit. That's not voice acted.
Surrender. We have you outnumbered.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back.
Oh? Oh, that one. Brings it. His personal Mantitank armor.
The Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. ER, forward. For the Empire. The honorless Kerr thinks to abandon his men? I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions.
Okay, I guess we just get to blast them now.
No holding back!
An opening.
I have you!
Let's just use the AoE ones, are probably the best option.
It's all over now.
Your defense is lacking.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
You watching, Pavalimo?
No retreat. No surrender.
Just keep switching back and forth between these, I guess.
With soul and steel!
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
And I missed for that one.
'Tis my right to strike!
No holding back!
I guess that did it. And now we need to defeat him. Come back here. Please. He basically is begging them to come back.
An opening.
I have you!
It's all over now.
Your defense is lacking.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
You watching, Pavalimo?
No retreat. No surrender.
There we go. Should do it, I guess. Okay, and he flees. Guess that's why we get to see him. See a lot more of him. Guess he's gonna play a part in Stormblood. Guessing. Get some voice cutscenes. Gonna assume it's voice cutscenes. Don't see why there wouldn't be.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Well, what do you think? Is there any other way? Let's go with that one.
I suppose not.
Something about either right now.
All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty!
Quest drop.
Show us what you can do.
Quest title drop. It seems...
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
He isn't wrong. Maybe. Primal is out. I'm guessing that is Omega. Damn. What the fuck? I have a question. Has Gridania just been like absolutely flooded right now? Since this was pretty close to Gridania after all. Jesus. Fucking holy shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's Omega and whatever that thing was.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered the malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
You what?
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Does that mean that the others that had those tattoos don't have them anymore as well? So if that's the case, then I'm guessing Thancred, and Rianji and Yastola shouldn't have them either. Also, that was one hell of a cutscene. I mean, it is also near the end of the expansion, so I'm guessing they would just go like ham on like making some great cutscenes and everything.
I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way.
So it's Gridania?
One moment everything was functioning perfectly and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon.
And we get to music scrolls. Far Edge of Fate. Last quest of Heaven's Ward.
Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos.
I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes.
Ada, wait. We must first, the Elder Seed Seer is expecting us.
Worry not, Alphanod. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting.
My thanks, Yujiri.
Okay. Guessing we need to go there as well. Meeting.
The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony.
So, to the Lotus Stand. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that this cutscene is likely a voiced one.
The Elder Seed Seer awaits you within.
At least I don't see why it wouldn't be.
My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done.
Yes, it isn't voiced. Huh.
You are too kind, Elder Seed Seer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed.
What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Gyrabania.
The primals might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows. And it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamagan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other.
While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such.
Hey.
This Shinryu's fate, and indeed, that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Gyrabanian side of the border.
Which is why we have sent our main force, under the command of Marshal Tarapin, to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border, and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis systems, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all.
Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns.
Indeed. I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Gyra Banya. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Allah Migo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp.
Okay.
You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour? Wishtala and the others have gathered at Amaris Sykes' spire, and I imagine that you, too, would be interested to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone.
Sure.
It is decided then. Lead on.
Okay. Is there just gonna be like a giant ass hole over there in the wall? It's like before it was just like one giant, I don't know, like dark mass. Let's see. What I remember at least. It's a whole lot different. Voice cutscene?
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbert's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilbert all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
It's Erica. To the stream.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
We're just finishing up Heavensward. Ask off. Oh, she has very long hair.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask.
Wait, what?
20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old.
At the beginning of Heavensward.
My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric.
At the beginning of Heavensward, around Warren questline is huge. Yeah. Question. You should probably know that there are gonna be spoilers here, because we're like watching some of the last cutscenes in Heavensward. So, just so you know, if you're watching this, don't blame me if you get spoiled on things, because this is like end of Heavensward stuff that's currently happening. Just letting you know, because I don't want to be the cause of any sort of spoilers. So yeah, just letting you know. So I'm just gonna give you like a. Okay, see you in a few minutes later. All right. Yeah, just letting you know, because like this is at the part of the end of the entire Heavensward questline, basically. So, just letting you know. Which is also why I paused this. Damn spoilers. Should leave and go back to Endwalker. I mean, you can do that. I mean, since you're in Endwalker, it's not a problem for you, at least, copyright, but Targa. Yeah, if you're just in the beginning of Heavensward, this is not the place to be. just letting you know if you don't want to get spoiled, at least. Anyway, don't just me. I know. Anyway, gonna start this again. So, yep. Just know, Targa, that if you're still here, now is basically the time to leave if you want to not get any spoilers. Or at least any more than you potentially already have gotten. So, yeah, just letting you know.
And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Why did you never tell me? I think we're just gonna stay silent. This.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
Did not expect to basically learn this sort of stuff. Is someone spying on us? What was those two?
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
More cutscenes. Yep, and that's not voice acted. Goddamn game. Final Fantasy, why do you have to be so fucking annoying sometimes? Either make all the cutscenes in the sequence voiced, or don't make any of them voiced. Stick to one of them. Don't fucking change. It's so annoying.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long.
It's such an annoying thing to me, at least, because then I have to be like, okay, time to turn off auto progress and turn on, like, basically either turn on or off auto progress and so on. It gets worse. Yeah, I have a feeling it's probably gonna get worse, but it's like, it's annoying when they do it like during some of these sequences where it's like, oh, here's like one long cutscene, and then we have a cutscene right after that we don't really indicate, and there's nothing in between. That immediately is just like not voice acting, which I'm just kind of like, why didn't you just voice act this part also? Or at least have us like, I don't know, stand up top and be like, hey, go down towards Alphino, and then we get this small cutscene or something. I don't know.
Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell Tateru and my sister.
Oh, get the credits now. Huh.
Children of the land,
And of course, it's that song again.
Echoes of truths that once rang clear. Two souls in touch, one.
I think I'm just gonna skip this because no reason to sit through the credits, I feel like. Plus, if there's any cutscenes afterwards, it's gonna play, I'm assuming. Okay, let's say.
He may have mentioned, but Alphanod has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lys has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Gyrabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I for one look forward to joining hands with the Alamigans, and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as, I rather suspect, do you.
Cutscene? Or animation? Cutscene. Gonna assume voiced one since that is the last one. That's the Alliance storming. Oh, it's not actually voiced. Huh?
Quick march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution.
Come on.
It is almost time, Father. Almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, Ilbert. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us.
Empire. This voiced.
Oh, my Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend, your will be done. Unknown? My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting.
far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to the east skies and behold their crimson hue. Dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Storm blood. Okay, and you have Fate Walker and a movement speed increase. Some location that I don't exactly know where is. Iriel? Where is that? Yes, in there. Wait. Huh? Where? What? Is that the housing district? I guess? Huh. I guess they technically... I guess they have the housing district available. Ishgard, because I'm pretty sure that's the Ishgard one. But it's not open to us yet. But I guess it's technically in the game? Since that is the firmament, if I'm not mistaken. Ah. Then we have the start of Stormblood, which we're not gonna get started on right now because that is something I basically think that would be better suited for like a new stream instead of just being like 15 minutes that we can do of it. That'd be a whole lot of time to basically get started on a completely new expansion. Nice. And it seems like I can get started on now this. Search for the stone scroll. Oh yeah, I guess I could go and do really quick is... I think I have access to some Blue Mage quests that we could potentially do. Which I'm thinking I might as well just do because I think that unlocks some more stuff for me, including a vendor, and I did also get my Blue Mage to level 60 here. I think it was like yesterday, maybe. I did that. Let's see. Let's go minus guild. Going to switch over. And yep. Into the blue again. Sure, let's get started on that one, I guess.
Hello, mate. Been polishing your skills, have you? I'll admit, I've had a fair bit on my plate recently, what with performing at the Celestium and running the Blue Mages Guild. That's right, Shauna, I've finally gone and opened up a guild. How could I not, given all the demand? Folk have been fairly climbing over each other to sign up and get their mitts on my soul crystals. You've probably seen a fair few on your travels, trading blows with the local Cactuars and whatnot. They'll do anything to study the blue arts under the great Azuro, star of the Celestium. Thanks to them, my lifelong, well, almost lifelong, dream of running my own guild has come true. Ah, speak of the devils. Why, if it ain't two of my star pupils, Pianda and Nutiba. Can it be true? Has Azuro II at long last deigned to grace us with her presence?
I can't believe we finally have the chance to meet you in person.
Please, I beg of you, accept us as your apprentices.
We'll follow you anywhere.
Oi. I think you're forgetting who the guild master is around here. And besides, I've got other plans for Shauna. If you two can afford to stand about Jawin the Fat, you've got time to go and get yourselves some new spells. Go on, hop to it. Gods give me strength. If they ever get their heads out of the clouds and into their spell books for a change, they might bloody learn something. Bugger me, I nearly forgot that I'm supposed to be performing soon. Fancy coming to see your old friend, the great Azuro, in action? Of course, you won't be watching from the stands with all the unwashed masses. I've got a front row spot with your name on it.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the magnificent, the stupendous, the great Azuro. Not to be outdone by his apprentice Azuro II, he has handpicked one of our most fearsome pit fiends as his opponent, the savage, the gargantuan Kronprinz Behemoth.
That would have been better
The great
used
Azuro
first.
opens with a volley of his tried and true spells, yet the behemoth shows no signs of backing down. My word, ladies and gentlemen. Not even the crown prince of beasts could withstand these never-before-seen techniques. Victory goes to the great Azuro.
Nicely done, Mark. Okay. Makes me curious about something you quickly want to check. Can you replay Blue Mage? You can. Okay. So I could potentially do this off stream and just replay it at a later point. Since it doesn't, it's like, do you have access to New Game Plus with it? I'm basically thinking of things that I can possibly do like off stream times.
So, what did you think? I'll bet you thought the great Azuro couldn't get any greater. Between the Masked Carnivali and running the guild, I somehow found time to pick up a few new spells. I went all the way to Ishgard and tried my luck against creatures so horrible they'd make a behemoth blubber. It was worth the trip, though. Now my repertoire of blue magic is bigger than ever. And let me tell you, the crowds have been lapping it up. You'd think that the Celestium would reward all this extra effort by bumping up my pay, but apparently not. Actually, that reminds me, Roy said there's someone she wants me to meet over at the Miners Guild. No idea what it's about, but maybe I'm getting a raise after all. Since you're here, you should tag along as well. If there's extra gil on offer, I wouldn't want you to miss out. I'm thoughtful like that, you know.
I might as well just finish up this one on stream and then that'll probably be around where I finish up the stream today, because almost at this 6-hour mark. Despite the fact that I did have that one crash of OBS earlier, which I still don't understand why I had. I'm still a bit confused.
I'm glad you could join us, my dear. Wait here a moment, would you?
Cutscene. Cutscene.
It is my privilege to introduce the Great Master Fergus, esteemed member of the Syndicate and chairman of Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. Martin, you will no doubt be delighted to hear that he found your match against the Crone Prince Behemoth most exhilarating.
I had no idea that such a distinguished and upstanding member of the community was in our audience. That was quite a display, young man. I must say, until I witnessed it for myself, I was under the impression that the masked carnivale was little more than a frivolous distraction. A far cry from the time-honored traditions of the Colosseum. All it took was one match to disprove such misgivings. This blue magic of yours is truly a spectacle like no other. That's, very kind of you, Squire, I mean, sir.
And would I be correct in assuming that we have your support?
Why, yes. From this day forth, Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern shall provide all the financial backing you should require.
You do us a great honor, Master Fergus.
Now that has been decided, there are other, rather less interesting matters to which I must attend. I shall have my assistants draw up the necessary contracts and so forth. And with that, I bid you good day.
Now, I suppose you are wondering what has prompted all of this. While the Masked Carnivale has become a roaring success, for which I have the both of you to thank, our menagerie of pit fiends has been eating into our profits, in a quite literal sense. Simply keeping them fed is monstrously expensive. And there is the fact that the crowds will soon grow tired of us dragging out the same old creatures, so we need to invest in having ever more exotic and dangerous beasts brought in by experienced adventurers, which costs a pretty gill as well. That's why I invited Fergus to visit the Celestium. That walking coin purse is known as much for his love of the Colosseum as he is for being ludicrously wealthy. And just between the three of us, it seems his position within the Syndicate is nowhere near as stable as he would like it to be. He's desperately searching for a new venture that will give him the edge over his rivals. Though I can't attest to how much the chairman stands to benefit from our partnership, I'm quite confident of our own prospects. For our part, we're going to come up with new performances to generate more excitement.
So that's Master Fergus? It's good to finally put a face to the name. I wonder if Amagina and Sons would be interested in propping up the Blue Mages Guild? Was I thinking out loud? Haha. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I can't wait to see what the lads back at the guild make of this little development. Shall we?
Where is your guild exactly? Or is it just back where you're standing? Is that the guild? The guild occasion, I guess.
By the sounds of it, Royce'll be lining up some different foes for us to face in the Masked Carnivale. Knowing her, our safety is the least of her concerns, so we'd better be ready for whatever she has to throw at us. That's why I took the liberty of adding a few more entries to your spell book. Like any good student, you'll be wanting to follow in your teacher's footsteps, which'll lead you to Ishgard. And when you get there, what better spell to learn than Northerlies? A nice blast of freezing cold air is just the trick when things get too hot to handle.
Alright, got it.
Yes. If you feel like adding some other blue magic to your arsenal, Kahil JA has some brand new totems that might be worth a look. One more thing, at the risk of INFL8 in your ego, I'd say your blue magic will be on a PAR with mine before long, so I've a mind to put you to work training some of the apprentices. But that's assuming you make it back from Ishgard in one piece. Watch yourself out there, Those frost-encrusted bastards roaming about the snowfields take no prisoners.
Okay, I'm actually curious, do you
Totems hold.
have any more totems that I can get? Nope. Not right now. Else.
Blue mate.
You don't have anything? Yeah, we already have Northerly Leaves. I've actually gotten quite a few spells, I feel like. Yeah, plenty of spells. Almost half of them, actually. So, getting there. I think most of the spells that I can get right now, though, are only available really in, like, Stormblood content, I believe, and I guess some Heavensward stuff. Anyway, we have like 2 minutes left before it's about time for me to basically finish the stream, so basically thinking I can continue with this quest line and basically get the spells that I need, and then at a later point we can basically redo this one in New Game Plus, and probably with me have skipping the first part of the quest, I don't know. Yeah, there's probably gonna be like a bit of time before we get to that, since I am planning on from essentially Wednesday and until the end of the year. I'm not planning on doing any streams since I'm thinking of taking a small little break, plus from Wednesday until Sunday I don't think I can stream either. I wouldn't be able to stream basically, so yeah. Anyway, I guess I can go ahead and go to this scene. Since, yeah, we are about to hit the 6-hour mark-ish. It's not exactly 6 hours because I actually don't know what exactly, like how long this has been now. Like it's around 6 hours. I don't know the exact amount because I didn't start exactly at didn't start exactly at 12 o'clock. And I can't see how long I actually streamed because, as I think I mentioned earlier, the game basically, or OBS basically just crashed, so couldn't see, or I can't see how long I've been streaming for basically. Let's see. In terms of people that I follow that I could raid, we have. Let's see, we have Solovar with the Rock Galactic. He's playing with the Polo Dragon. We have Lucy-san, or Lucy. Lucy, I don't know, Lucy-san. He's playing War Thunder, and then there's Vitem Bustler with Belgier Rising Revengeance. And then there's RT Game with The Veil. Here's one. How long has Bustler been streaming for? Let's load. 5 hours. Okay. That might be a bit too long for me to actually boost him, potentially. I'm not sure. Although he does seem to be in a little bit in the mission. So might not be possible for him to. Oh no. I don't know, in this stream quite yet, I'm not sure. And Lucy-san has been streaming for almost 2 hours. Let's see. To raid. You know what? Let's go with Bustler. Or he might end the stream soon, I don't know, but let's just go with him, I guess. So yeah. I guess this will basically just be it for the stream today, so let's see, I should be back tomorrow with some Yakuza 0, which will also be the last stream of the year, unless I somehow decide otherwise, but for now at least that's what I'm planning on, that is going to be the last stream of the year, for me at least. So yeah. Yeah, I guess, and tomorrow we're basically just gonna continue where we left off, which was, I think, chapter 9 that we had just gotten started on. Like, we had just gotten, like, control of Kiryu, and I'd gone and picked up some money, and that's about it. But yeah, I don't really know what else to expect from there, so anyway, I guess I'll just say thank you everyone for dropping by. Thank you, Taruka, for the follow. Even though I kind of had to, like, not really kick you out, but, like, suggest that you leave in case, like, considering that you were just at the start of Heaven's Ward. And I didn't want to be the cause for you to get, like, a ton of stuff spoiled for you. But, yeah. I also thank you, Solvar and Copyright, for dropping by. I don't think Solvar is here since he's currently streaming, but you're still a Copyright. Thanks for dropping by, and thank you anyone else who might be just lurking in the chat for watching the stream. Yeah. I guess I'll just see you guys possibly tomorrow. If not then most likely sometime in the next year. Or like next year, which is like in what, 2 weeks? So I don't actually remember. Yeah, around 2 weeks ish. That might actually also be where I stream in like 2 weeks. I don't know. I think maybe the second. It depends on how tired I am and stuff, but yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead and raid Beta Musler. And yeah, he's playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. I personally streamed that as well, like a year or 2 ago, I don't actually remember. So yeah. Anyway, guess I'll just see you guys next time. And yeah, if I don't see any of you tomorrow, then happy holidays, Merry Christmas, good Happy New Year, all those things. Yeah, if I don't see you tomorrow, all of that to you, and I guess also just in general. So yeah, see ya.